And we already live. We already live. And what I want to do is move it a little bit like a conversation. So I'm going to uh, You want to spread out something? Want me to start? Hello. Ooh, I am already very loud. The loudest booth here. You may get some complaints. So, thank you everybody for taking the time between the plenaries and the contact groups to take this moment to join us today. My name is Mrinalini Rai. I'm the Director for Women for Biodiversity, a women's rights advocacy global organization. We work around the intersections of human rights, women's empowerment, and environmental governance. So I'm really very happy to be here at the UNCCD's Conference of the Party 17th session here in Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. So thank you very much once again. So today we are here at the IUCN Pavilion, and we have organized an event and hope all of you will find it exciting and engaging on restoring land, restoring hope through an economy of care, women, traditional knowledge, and One Health. I think this discussion is really very central to what is taking place around the peripheries of this COP17. The side event brings together women's voices from indigenous and local communities, their work, their aspirations, and their knowledge and perspectives in advancing the approaches that recognizes their interconnections between the health of people, animals, nature, plants, and ecosystems. We hope to highlight how women sustain and transmit intergenerational transfer of knowledge, traditions, food, and ecosystems, strengthening community resilience and restoring land into the face of environmental degradation. As we know, land degradation often affects ecosystems, livelihoods, food security, public health, and cultural identity. However, amidst all that, Indigenous women often face unequal access to land, finance, decision-making space, and resources. Their leadership and knowledge are essential to achieving the vision of restoring land, restoring hope, which is the vision and the aim of this UNCCD COP17. So we hope to foster a respectful dialogue among these amazing women I'm going to call on in a few minutes, representing various different spaces here, and have a dialogue with them. Next slide, please. And these are the amazing women I have had the wonderful opportunity to know, some over the years, somehow through the corridors of this meeting. We've all kind of come together. We all thought of this idea. So we said, let's do something together on that. So I will call on them to come on the stage with me. Okay, so here we have Megha Seth from the South Asia Pastoralist Alliance, SAPA. She is a development practitioner, researcher, campaign designer and communication professional working at the intersections of pastoral rights, gender equality, commons, land governance, and climate justice. So she currently serves as a regional focal person for the South Asia Pastoralist Alliance, SAPA, a regional network working to strengthen pastoralist rights, protect rangelands, and amplify pastoralist voices in policy processes. Hi, lovely to have you here. Of course, another one is also a very, very dear friend, but I'm going to call you Doctor. We have to respect that. Dr. Marilena, an indigenous woman from Peru, but also a professor at the Syracuse University and also an SPI member. She's a native Peruvian indigenous scholar with strong cultural and professional connections to Aotearoa, New Zealand, as well as North America. So currently, she serves as an associate professor in environmental humanities and indigenous issues at Syracuse University. So her research in teaching and policy work spans local to global contexts and are grounded on interdisciplinary approaches that combines environmental studies, indigenous studies, food systems, sustainable development, and public policy. And not to say the least, thanks, Marila, so much for joining. I need to say this also, is that she also serves at the UNCCD's Science Policy Interface, the SPI, contributing to the Global Land Outlet 3, and the coordinating lead author of IPBES, where she leads work on indigenous and local knowledge. So because we will also be sharing, because I think yesterday we just also launched the UNCCD's Land Outlook. So we really hope to also hear your reflections from there. Last but not the least, we also have Naomi Shadrach. She's a women's land policy advisor for Oxfam International. She leads in the international advocacy to secure women's lands across the world through advocating for effective implementation of international and regional frameworks and instruments that adequately incorporates measures to strengthen and promote women's land rights. So to all three of you, thank you very much for joining me. You'll have to use your mic, and we are live. Okay, so I've had the introductions. I have everything else. Now I need to look for my questions. Let's see this. All right, so all three of you, I'm going to kind of go for Megha, who's there. So what we really wanted to talk about is how do you really center the role and contributions of women and the center stage around environment and this care economy. It's a subject which is coming up, and I was really also not surprised, but also really welcomed that there was also the space to discuss care economy in the space of the UNCCD, right? But we wanted to take the space to amplify it. So okay, maybe I'll start with, I'm going to put you on the spot, Marilena, because because I was there at the launch yesterday for the report, and I was very surprised that the report really literally had a lot of reflection on the importance of care economy. So could you share from your perspective, what does care economy and land degradation and environment and this One Health mean, the connections?
Well, thank you. Yeah, so yesterday, what we did was that we discussed the summary of policy that we feel is important to discuss. The actual launch of the report is going to happen in December. So yesterday was a lot of discussion, getting feedback. The essence of the report is to make sure that we are including the voices of indigenous and local communities, diverse knowledge systems. And when it comes to land stewardship, and this is something I appreciate from the drafting team of the Global Land Outlook 3, it's that they understand that we need to move from something, the guidelines, to something more actionable, something more applicable. So we developed a land outlook framework. And this framework provides actual guidelines of how we can actually embrace land stewardship. And we also discussed land stewardship from an indigenous perspective. And here we discuss land as a gift. And when we think about land as a gift, from an indigenous perspective, and speaking from me, for example, we embrace the concept as a gift. You nourish it, you look after it. It's a treasure. And as a treasure, those values are embedded, principles, which unfortunately in this economy, we don't really value land as a gift, but more about something that we can exploit. It's a resource, it's very utilitarian. So this is why we put forward when it comes to a different understanding of land stewardship from an indigenous perspective, local communities perspectives.
Yeah, thank you so very much to kind of get that baseline, right? You sort of, how can we look at the more of a holistic approach? And you pointed out, it's a beautiful way to look at is how can we look at land as a gift? So it's not commodified. But, and I want to tell you one thing. Every morning that I come here in the bus, if you look at the public bus here, if you have Mongolian colleagues here, I really love it. I don't know what is the logo of the city. It's called the City of Nomads. I think it's so beautiful. And coming to that, to you, Megha, because you work with the pastoralist groups also in India, and this whole idea about land as a gift also very strongly with the pastoral communities. And here we have restoring land, restoring hope. So from your perspective, I also want to share, because they also had a recent declaration, the caravan has been going. So could you also share something about, these healthy ecosystems and this, One Health, the health and the ecosystems, and of course, the role of women within that?
Thank you so much, Mrinalini, for inviting and for this question. As Maria mentioned that as an indigenous community, you see land as a gift. But what I have learned that in the restoration aspect, when we talk about restoration, we majorly talk about the soil, biodiversity, vegetation, carbon and all the technical terminology. But for the community, land is not just a land for them, but for the pastoralist community, land is like, it's a relationship with people who live on that, the animal who live on that, the vegetation that grows on the commons. So it's a relation between that, the coexistence between that. And that is, I think, land for the pastoralist community. On the role of women and the care aspect, care economy, I think care is somewhat like invisible aspect where society expected women to do it with um, caring of livestock, caring of children, caring of whole family and society in general. But I think for pastoralist women especially, the care is an ecological practice. It's not just an economical practice, but it's an ecological practice where they care about the land, where they care about resources of water, where they care about the preservation of and conservation of breeds, indigenous breeds, and they all rely on the rangelands. So rather than just a care about economic care we talk about, or the care, invisible care aspect that we talk about, for the pastoralist women, it's an ecological practice. They're practicing from generations to generation. And in restoration, when nowadays it's more because of the projectable input, like, okay, the restoration in terms of fencing and livestock were protected from that particular area and kind of thing. But for community, they are conserving or reserving those rangelands from generations to generation with the practices of native generation. They have a practice. They do seasonal migration. When they prepare they protect and prepare a soil during monsoon, and they allow the rangelands to grow the native grasses to mature them. And when they come from the migration, they come on that land for the seasonal grazing. They first ritually pray for that land. So it's all the emotional, ecological aspect rather than just economical aspect associated with that?
No, Megha, thanks a lot also. This relational process or that kind of exists in the ecosystems, right? It's all, everything is connected. While I'm talking to you, sorry, I really need to take these Nintendos with all things surrounding me. I'm looking at the picture here. For some people, you may look like it's really very empty and there's nothing there. You need to do development. But I think we also, like you talked about, especially talking about pastoral communities or indigenous communities who host these spaces, they're not empty spaces. Those are spaces for their culture. This is spaces for their livelihoods. This is spaces for their families. One thing that you talked about is, again, this unrecognized contribution of women of this care economy, right? It's, again, we started to use a Western term so we can process that for people who really want to understand. Now, going to Naomi, right? You're talking about, Marlene, you talked about the gift, you talked about the relationship, you're talking about the resources. But for all that too, it gets very challenging if you don't have one particular element. And I'm going to be asking Naomi, because I think you also took out a recent report as latest as this week, in August, about who cares for carers, the importance of securing land rights. So you've been also talking about the care economy and then saying that the care economy also falls short if the people who actually are doing that don't have rights. So just wanted to also kind of quickly ask you about some reflections from that, because it was not only one country, but you did actually a few analysis. Mike's yours.
Thank you so much. And you can scan the QR code to get the report. We are the UNCCD, and we have heard about the statistics about how land degradation is increasing. And what we are trying to argue is that is not only the environmental crisis, it's also the crisis of care, justice, and we have to look at it that way. Because we have gone far to look at not only caring for people, but as my colleagues have said, caring for also caring for livelihood, caring for our ecosystem, caring for our land, etc. And what we are trying to say here is our economic model, as my colleagues say, is focusing on extraction, taking from land, taking on our biodiversity, taking from our ecology. But what we are trying to say here is, what if our economic model would look at reciprocity, exchanging, while you are taking from our land, taking up from our ecology, also we can care for the ecology. We can care for our land. But at the middle of that, we see there are very important people who are carers. We have called them carers. The people, indigenous people, rural women, pastoralists, who perform this work of caring for land so very much. They ensure we have livelihood. They ensure we have our places where we live. They ensure we have forests, and they have been at the forefront of protecting land. And we have seen in our report, we have seen most of our land restoration, resilience projects put these people at the forefront. But we are trying to say, how do we put the burden of caring for land, caring for the ecosystem to the people who are already overburdened? Yeah, these are the people who have to walk long distance to fetch water. These are the people who don't get finances, support to do all their care practices. Why should we put that burden into them? Then we argue that, okay, maybe we have to look at them. We have to care for carers. We have to make sure that we reduce their burden. We have to make sure that we secure their land, because if we secure their land, they can do long-term investment on land. And if they have secure land, that means their livelihood can also be good. If they have secure land, that means even in climate-induced land degradation, impacts such as flooding, such as drought, they can be compensated as other people. And yeah, so we have to make sure that they can be supported, they get finances support. And also we look at land not only as something to extract, but also as something as a place where we can give back as well, while we are getting our economic growth, but also what are we doing to the land and what are we doing to the people who are caring for land? Thank you.
Thank you so very much for also that. So I'll also tell you that all the three speakers are meeting here for the first time, coming from different perspectives. But they've also almost ordered all my other questions. But also really understanding that, you know, whether you're coming from diverse backgrounds, working on different issues, somehow the problem of trying to find out what the problem is the same problem that keeps coming up in all the spaces. Right. So that is something that is saying that no matter wherever you're working from, whichever pathway you're targeting or doing your assessments, somehow is actually coming up to this one issue that needs to be dealt with. And that's also recognizing the rights of indigenous peoples, local communities, pastoralists, and their right to land, and recognizing the traditions and cultures. Marilyn, I'll also go back to you because you've also done a very wonderful book on food systems, right? And that's really very important. That's how I also got to know you. Do read it. We'll share it out. And I want to ask you, you know, we talk about ecosystem. You're talking about not only land, but it's also got to do with the food. And again, I'm going to use the generic term of One Health, but I'll just say healthy communities. So, you know, maybe just reflection also from there, like this interconnected between, you know, food systems, traditional knowledge, and healthy communities.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think when we think about food, we think about something that you just can buy from the supermarket, something that you can just buy and will provide you with enough calories to sustain the day. And you just keep working like a little robot until you actually feel really tired again, you need more food. But for other people, especially for people who are very ingrained in upholding their values of the relationship with the land, for the ones that have the privilege to work the land, the ones that grow their own food, or the ones who are not able to, but still have that really understanding of the connection between the land and the physical and also the spiritual. We understand that food holds memories, stories, food carries resilience, food carries knowledge to continue to preserve the land for the next generation. So what we think, for instance, I'll tell you a story, what we might think that a food crop or an indigenous food crop such as the sweet potato or the kumara maori or the potatoes or the corn, what we think that we see them in a supermarket, it's a reminder that the ancestors continue to be there. It's a reminder that despite of colonization, despite of the disruption of our food systems, and now we have more the imposition of colonial food systems, despite of that, those beautiful food crops are there reminding us of our relationship with Mother Earth, with Pachamama, with Papatanuku Maori. So to me, food, and as it's a metaphor to understand our relationship, it's our obligations as well as a human being, our relationship with our non-human beings, the rivers, the mountains. That's why we discuss now in the food systems, indigenous food sovereignty scholarship, we discuss more about the rights of Mother Nature, the rights of the river, personhood rights, because they also have rights, our non-human relatives as we humans do. So when I think about food, I study food through the lens of environmental justice, food justice, indigenous rights, and I continue to do that because beyond the metaphor of food, to me, at the essence, it's an understanding of something that's very valuable, but it's often overlooked. Indigenous philosophies of well-being, which is very holistic, and it's something we don't really talk about. but it's embedded globally in every single indigenous and even local communities. They will have their own understanding and philosophy and epistemologies, ontologies of how to care for the land, all this interconnection that exists. And for some people, that's why you hear probably when they said, oh, you're a river people, or you're in this case, or you're the mountain people, that means that you're very connected to the foods that grow in your ecosystem, in your landscape. And you honor that connection by being able to honor that and reciprocity. And also another thing that in the book highlights, it's that the values, the belief systems that are embedded. Reciprocity, as you mentioned, you also mentioned reciprocity when we talk about also stewardship. We talk about self-governance systems. We know that globally indigenous communities have very unique self-governance systems. They have political systems. They have been able to organize themselves. And that's why they continue to rely on those, holding tight to their values, belief systems, philosophies to continue to preserve the way how they grow food, how they live, how they interact with one another, all the self-governance, the intellectual sovereignty, knowledge, authority that continue to exist despite of colonization and despite of what we have or going through, it continues to sustain them. So this is something that they continue to hold tight to that, regardless of capitalism, regardless of colonialism, regardless, you just continue to see the vibrancy of the food biodiversity that exists.
Thank you so much. Yes, so like you talked about, you're talking about how intersecting, these linkages are with the climate change, the resilience to climate change, the biodiversity, the richness, and then tied to the land and rights, recognizing that it's not only a commodification work where we always need to look at the productive capacity, either the productive capacity, even the resilience capacity, either it's climate change or degradation. But also, okay, now, Megha, also for you, because you worked and researched so much around the pastoralist communities in Gujarat. So also from you, like something about this whole, links with the traditional knowledge and how it also sustains communities. Your reflections.
Yeah. I think I must say that the One Health concept is not a new for community. They have been practicing this from generations. Pastoralists know that it's not about your stomach is full or not. It's about healthy rangeland, which leads to healthy livestock, which leads to healthy humans. Not only pastoralists, but the whole community. So whenever in the food system we see pastoralists, it's not about the food security, rather than it's all about a food sovereignty, which includes nutrition value, generational sustainability, and the health in general. We talk about the One Health. And they have a traditional knowledge around it. They know which breed of sheep, goat, cow, buffalo, camel eat what kind of grasses, what kind of native grasses, and how that helps not only in the quality of milk, but quantity of milk. It's not about the only the like we call about quality and production, but it's all about the nutrition and how they know, like in the community they drink the milk and they can say, okay, this grass is have been grazed by the buffalo, and because of this, if you are feeling sick, you can have goat milk. If you are not feeling well, you should avoid this. So they have the traditional practices. They have around the food system and food practices, not only, like as I mentioned, medicinal as well. They know that, okay, goat milk, why goat milk is so low fat content, because it's on the grasses they graze. Because of the grasses, it's low fat content, and you can have babies can have lactose intolerance, people can have the goat milk. So it's the practices. They already know about all this concept. They already know about the science behind it. If So this kind of knowledge, I think, should be recognized, should be invested into documented and by the people's voice, and recognize their practices, their knowledge, do it in with a watermark or trademark or patents or anything, because nowadays in because value chain is the main livelihood for pastoralist community, and through the food value chain it's the main livelihood. So the other actors are coming in with the other patterns and kind of thing. So I think trademark on the value added, on the knowledge they perceives, it should be done under the One Health concept. This is the thing.
No, thanks again, Mega, for so again. I think it's going to be an amazing and interesting, maybe a workshop on this one. Like you talked about, again, we're coming back to this thing that how can we also really put into rights to land, but also knowledge. How can we also, like you talked about amazing knowledge, like it's not documented. It's just like intergenerational transfer of knowledge and communities. And this is what we always talked about, that communities, indigenous peoples, pastoralists, the knowledge was given freely. It was shared. Now we are in a space where knowledge is very guarded or misused, or the people who actually have the knowledge holders, their rights being taken away. And, or in the scientific terms, well, there's no data, so we cannot verify it, or we do not have rights. Naomi, I don't know whether you have worked on that one. So this is the last question for the panels. We'll open for the floor. In your care for the carers, or even your own perspective. So how do you see the importance of connecting these, right? The scientific knowledge and indigenous or traditional knowledge in your.
Connecting this is very important. Actually, it is transformative. If we really want to see changes, if we really want to see whatever we are discussing here at UNCCD come to fruition, like we see transformative change, we have to consider care. And we have to make sure we consider carers, the people, and our action. And that's how we can make sure there is a resilience. We can make sure that we have healthy communities. And also we'll make sure that we have healthy ecosystems. And also we'll make sure that we have thriving communities. And that's how important it is, because at the center of all our action on restoration of land, on combating land degradation, there are carers, there are people who are taking care. And actually, if I can add, we know the famous 5R on care. So we come with few additions, and would really love for the care economy community to accept them. We know there's reducing of care, distribution, reshare, but also we should add secure land rights. Secure land rights and secure resource. That's very important if we want to achieve that. And also, we would love to add ensure meaningful participation of carers in this discussion. I know we have heard about some ambiguous recommendation, like, no, we don't have to discuss about issues of indigenous. No, but if we really want to achieve thriving communities, healthy ecosystem, we have to make sure there's participation. Yeah, that's very important. And last, direct investment and resources to those who are restoring and sustaining land. That's very important.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. No, that's fantastic. First, can we have an applause from the, we all agree? This is amazing. No, absolutely. So I think like you talked about is, that was also going to be the question, like, well, how do you see this discussion going on in the UNCCD, and what could be a recommendation? So do give a thought to think about it. But exactly, like we're talking about combating desertification, land degradation, drought. You can't do that if the carers are not in the discussion. Who's going to take care? Who's going to be responding? So thank you so much for setting the stage. Now with that, we have this audience too. So we want to make it engaging. You know, it could be your own experience, it could be your own sharing, it could be your own thoughts. You could perhaps want to expand the guideline on care economy. So please, if you have, you can come and take the floor. Any feedback, comments are welcome.
Maybe this.
Your name and
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ghanashyam Pandey. I'm a chairperson of Green Foundation Nepal and working in the forestry, agroforestry, and also the enhancing the local economy, traditional economy through the empowerment of the indigenous women and local communities. So I would like to congratulate for this dialogue to bring the real situation of the ground to the global. But in this scenario, may I know that how you are being more resilient, you know, in the context of the climate change. Land degradation is not only the region of the local activities or the initiative taken in the ground in the specific area, but it has connected to the global phenomena of the climate change and the drought and the disaster things are happening. As in the grassroots level, how you are being resilient to adapt to cope this kind of the land problem at the ground level. Thank you.
somebody else also had their hand up? No? Okay. Oh, yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Nancy. I teach college students in the US and I teach the political economy of food. I'm very interested in all of these issues, but I'm also very interested in the care economy. And my students who are labor organizers and prison abolition organizers and food justice have increasingly been interested in this idea of care for the carers. And I'm curious whether the women who are doing this very important work, this exhausting work, what are the kinds of things that they have invested in to care for themselves in community that bring them joy, that bring them rest? I'm just interested from a social perspective, what that looks like for.
On the first one about even the outside impacts on pastoral communities, Megha, do you want to share something? Remember we talked about the development project, something what's harming the, yeah?
Yeah. You know that nowadays with the green projects, they call it a green project, a solar energy park, wind energy park, and that are taking place on the rangelands, because rangelands are the easiest land to convert into wasteland or call it a empty land or kind of thing. So when those lands are title changed, and it's not only about title, then the livelihood also impacts. I will give one example. In the western part of India, in Gujarat, it's Asia's largest solar park is taking place, and more than 30 companies have already invested, and some part of it is already in the function. So before it was came, the the village used to have more than 1,000 pastoralist family who has more than 10,000 of small and large ruminants who dependent on that rangelands for the grazing practices. But now coming with this energy park, now only less than 10 families have the livestock, and which is also under the number of 100 livestock. So the numbers are quite significant to showcase. But now other other actors are considering as a this region is producing more greener energy. We are contributing with climate adaptation. We are contributing with carbon sequencing. We are contributing with renewable energy. And at the same time, at the cost of community who is dependent on that rangeland for the grazing purposes, for livelihood, for their residential purposes, and many more. And in the women context, I must say that those women, those families of women are now migrated, distress migration. Before, they used to do a dignified migration with their livestock. Now they are into distress migration in the urban areas, and where they are doing domestic, they are working as a domestic health worker. They are associated with a labor worker, which is against the dignity, which is against their way of life. And so I think with all the climate aspect and the resilient practices that are ongoing on practice, I think there is one saying in our community like "Mal che to mobo che." If we have livestock, we have dignity. If we have rangeland, we have livestock, we have dignity. But its whole climate aspect, its whole resilient aspect are impacting on their not only care, but I think also on the dignity of the pastoralist women in my region in particular.
Okay, thank you. I would like to respond your question with one of the research we have quoted in our reports, which was done by IDS in Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya. And they were looking at how women balance between paid work and unpaid work. Yeah. So for the purpose of this, I would say how women you have asked about enjoyment. So it's when women are able to balance between this kind of work as when women can reach the enjoyment. And the IDS report we have quoted says when women are able to balance the things which give them enjoyment and the work on conservation, on the work on restoring land, then what we achieve is called double boon, where the community are thriving, women are happy. And in this research, what we saw, I was part of the research as Oxfam, we do like advocacy partner. What we saw is women who were flourishing were those women who were in collective action. They were coming together, doing all this kind of work together. And we know how women can like have power with come together and they do this work together. So in such a situation, they were thriving, they were working so well, and they were enjoying. So in order for the work of restoration to be enjoyed by women, we have to ensure that they are able, there's no time poverty, you know? And for us who are working with community, we are working with the society, we don't have to overburden women with our work. We are not, we have to regard the time poverty and how with the work, we shouldn't praise them as people who are restoring land. We shouldn't praise them for the energy they are putting on land restoration, like branding them as the people who are doing all this work without recognizing, without making sure that there is a lot of fund going to them, without making sure that they have their land rights secured, and also making sure that they are part of the conversation on the high level conversation so that they can be heard. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm just gonna answer the question that this gentleman have asked and also tie it up with your lovely question. I'm gonna give you an example. And you brought a really good, important question because, for instance, speaking from the highlands of Peru, we're experiencing water insecurity, especially for our food crops. So the role of women in leading this indigenous seed sovereignty movement and also the discussion that have been happening in North America. I don't know if you are familiar with the concept of repatriation. That's great. So there's this beautiful, lovely Native American women, especially the ones that work, and I know their work, Robin White, and various inter-tribal food summits over the past, I would say, 10 years that we've been part of. There were discussions about how can we vindicate the role of Mother Earth and also the role of women. So the word repatriation, it's to highlight that's the opposite to repatriation. So repatriation is something that you just, something that's been taken away, you want to repatriate, especially objects in museums. But the word repatriation is bringing back to Mother Earth, bringing back to where it comes from, honoring the relationship that exists that's been disrupted. So within the indigenous food sovereignty movement, repatriation, it's been upheld as a way to say we need to honor Mother Earth. And in doing so, woman has been playing a key role through millennia, and also men. But in the case of food crops and when it comes to food security, in the case, an example of the highlands of Peru, we're working on a seed repatriation project because we know that we are losing so many relatives, our seeds, because of water insecurity, because of climate change, land degradation, soil erosion. We're going through quite a lot. Last year, usually January and February are the raining season, and we didn't have much rain. And there was ceremonies, prayers, we didn't. So the women started feeling very concerned. And they thought, soon we will not be able to grow our beautiful relatives, our seeds. And we know if we're not growing seeds, or the seeds are not growing as health-giving, so they're supposed to grow like this, they grow like this, then we know that the Mother Earth Pachamama is not healthy. There's an environmental indicator. They already know the health of the land. So in the repatriation project that we've been working with them, we've been able to map all the seeds, keep account on all the seeds that we have, the seeds that we have within the community, the seeds that we can trade with other communities, the seeds that we inherited, the seeds that we don't know where they come from, but they look familiar to us. And also just record the names in Quechua language, record the uses, record what kind of dishes, also what kind of seed we give it to the animals, what kind of seeds are to cook our delicious foods. So it's the whole kind of ecosystems. And the role of women has been very, very vital, because even working with them, I've been learning so much, and I feel so honored to work with them, because even when they open the kernel, they will see, you know that the kernel, when you open it, it doesn't have this kind of juice in between. That means it's not gonna be a really tasty corn. They know all these little things, that's indigenous knowledge right there. So to me, they are facing many issues, but they have the knowledge and they have the methods, and they're coming together to say, we have this repatriation project. We're gonna keep count through mapping all these relatives, all the seeds that we have, this relatives that we're losing, and how can we revitalize our food systems and ecosystems. So that's an example of how we are encountering drought, how we are revitalizing our food systems, how we're counteracting that.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. We will be running out of time, maybe 10 minutes, but I will take. I mean, this is a floor for you to ask. So the lady behind you and then Bhavna after you. Yeah, but while you're taking the mic, the person behind you, please introduce your name and where you come from. But yeah, this is really also really very important, understanding that this is my personal take. What this needs to happen discussion, a very core element which you keep seeing missing, keeps coming up and going down, are the drivers of degradation and biodiversity loss and the climate issue, which we usually sometimes doesn't get really discussed. We always talk about how to make land better, how to respond to climate adaptation, how to conserve and protect more, but without the discussion is what's really driving. You know, when you get kids, you always talked about precaution is better than cure, right? But we tend to still looking at the cure part and looking at the case from also India. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. I am Zainab Isaara, the ECOWAS leader for African Kilimanjaro Rural Women Farmers Forum, ACUOF. And while listening to the beautiful speakers, I felt I should just take a few minutes to also share my experience as a pastoralist farmer. And to answer a question, we are looking for where the joy of that woman farmer lies as we continue being resilient in our community. It is the fact that we have the traditional method or systems of farming, and we definitely have the solutions to some of the challenges. Because as women, we are naturally mothers. We nurture plants and animals. One of the joy is to see these heaps of cattle, the beautiful lives we protect. We only not protect the lives of human, but also our animals. And in terms of sciences, the challenges that regards to ailment, nutritious value, what it takes to make someone grow, what it takes to for a pastoralist family to be nourished and not malnourished. We all have those traditional knowledge. It's just unfortunate that somewhere along the line, there's a gap of documentation. And the truth is we need to go back to those traditional ways of solving or having organic solutions to our challenges. That's the only way we can solve this problem. Let's take it. One, the role we play even in our psychosocial supports, because we move as a group, we support each other, we protect each other, we have that first touch to nature, and nature is relaxing. Let's look at the environment in Mongolia. Everybody is relaxed because of the nature. So we play a greater role as mothers, as women, as cattle, as pastorals, and everything. So it encompasses. The only unfortunate aspect of it also is the role of the care economy, the unpaid care jobs. We are comforters. Even the men came to us to relax. So let us agree and appreciate those natural roles women play, and that's the only way we can collectively have our solution to organic challenges. Thank you so much.
I need an applause for that. Bhavna, you'll have the last one. And wrap it up.
Thank you, Minali, and after wonderful speaker. I'm Bhavna Rabari from India. So I heard your questions last, that how the modern technology and traditional knowledge connections. But here I have a questions. When we are talking about traditional knowledge, do we have a proper documentations on the traditional knowledge? And we have, of course, few documentations we have on the traditional knowledge, but do we have the name who's gave the informations of the traditional knowledge? Whenever we see the document, the name of the, the researcher, the academician, or someone who take that information and come out. But I think we need to recognize whose traditional knowledge is. We give to credit that person who give their traditional knowledge. I think this is a most important thing right now, to give the credit, to recognize the traditional knowledge persons, so that your questions, I think it's most important questions, and we need to think about how we will give the recognition and credit to person that whose traditional knowledge is. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What you said actually it resonates greatly with me and the work that we've been doing. And I think when it comes to that, and it also has to do with methodologies, it has to do with the methods, how we actually engage with those communities, building relationships, long-lasting relationships, and also making sure that their voices are heard, but not only heard, that acknowledged, and then you know who has been providing with that valuable and highly regarded information. Speaking from academia, that's it's tricky. For instance, in the book, I don't really I like bringing my book and stuff because I don't really want to feel like I'm promoting my book. But when it comes to that, speaking from the one that had to do so much work and liaise with the publishers, speaking from my experience, publishers use anonymous. It's easier to say someone, anonymous, or interviewee A, interviewee B. And in my case, I didn't want that. And it took me a long time. And I thankfully had a really good book editor that understood. It's an indigenous studies, some indigenous scholars publishing a book honoring Quechua knowledge and Maori knowledge. So I made a point, and I had to sign a lot of consent forms and a lot of things to make sure that the voices of the people and the relatives that interview on both countries is there. So in my book, you will find Rosita, you will find Lionel, Valerie, Tadoa, you will find their names. And also another point that I made in the book that's very valuable, it's, I don't want to replicate what has been already written by non-Indigenous scholars about our people, because it's our story. So you look at my book, I draw from Indigenous scholars. So you really want to know more about, political ecology, then the book will provide information from the beautiful body of scholarship. Professor Kyle White, Melissa Nelson, Charlotte Cote, all this body of Indigenous scholarship. So in my book, you will not find non-Indigenous scholars, except ones that I know as a fact, they're good allies. And that the ones that I know I can trust. So that's something that when you mention that, it's very important when we want to make a change when it comes to Indigenous and traditional knowledge, how we honor those voices. To me, I always think about methodology, the methods, how you go and study something in partnership with the ones who hold the knowledge and how you honor that.
No, that is also, Melanie, that's also really very inspirational. You make, I guess, please. I think we have 5 minutes. Yeah.
And I think intellectual property right, it has the corporate understanding and everything, but in the name of community, in the name of indigenous people and pastoralists, right, those knowledge should be under the intellectual property right. And whenever anyone in a corporate level or anything, and we are using it, those direct investment, those direct payments should be provided to the community, I think.
No, Bhavna, also thank you so much for everybody else. We need to wrap it up, but also saying that one thing that need, like we talked about yesterday also, is what we really need is the interconnections between scholars, between all the other constituencies to really work together to see how we could really support this. Because yes, sometimes we look for scholars who are very well known, has got much more, because there aren't many indigenous-led or pastoralist-led research, but that really needs to be supported. But for that, you also need an enabling environment. I mean, you can be like, language could be a problem, but we don't encourage research in our own languages. We always encourage research in English. Including in India. It's still, I studied in India, I studied in English. But also understanding that when you're talking about documentation and community rights, one of the things that, again, I'm going to be bringing about the different Rio Convention, the CBD, what they have is a provision of traditional knowledge, a very strong work around it. And then you also have what's called the community protocol. They're called biocultural community protocol, BCPs. So I think it also really needs to for us to really share and know what are some of these core safeguards that we can also inform our communities, including paralegal training, to be honest. Like, how can we really look into that to really make sure that the tools are with the communities to defend their even access. If the researcher comes, they should have a right to say, no, we don't want to be doing research. If you used it, please share the information back to us, and we will verify and tell you how much information needs to be shared beyond this. So with that, we will be wrapping up, but please do reach I need to say one word that kind of I want to take up from here, like for the coming week. What are you trying to hope to look for?
Thank you. One word, I think one sentence is we have to put carers, the people who are protecting our ecology, our land, at the center of every action we are going to do this week. Thank you.
Pass it on.
Go next. To me, I think it's understanding that nothing is given to you for free, and understanding it's something that you have and inherit as a gift. So knowledge that I inherit from my ancestors is a gift, and I honor it. So I think it's the same with land. That's why with the land is a gift, and we should honor and treasure that.
Just like on the restoration, like women and pastoralist women are not the beneficiaries of restoration, but they are the leaders of the restorations.
Thank you very much. And also a big thank you for the IUCN team for letting us host this event here. So thank you very much. An amazing panelist, and for all of you who have made it in between all the other different sessions. Thank you and have a lovely day.
Hi, colleagues. Hi, everyone. If you could get started, seated, we will start in something like 1 minute. Thanks.
Yes, and then you just bed and
Good. Yes, you are going to hear more good things from him. Hi, everyone. We are going to get started. This is just a fire chat. So I will hand over quickly to Luseged for a few welcome remarks. Then I will come in just for the framing. Then we can start the chat. Thanks.
Oh, this was for big people. Huh? After that, is it good or up? Good. Okay, good. I want a bit low. A bit. This guy is tall, is he? Like, yeah. All right. Yeah, a bit like, yeah, like this. Yes. Yeah. Like this. Yeah. Hello, colleagues. So I can, so welcome. Thank you so much. I am Lulsagar Tammana. I work with CGIR. I am leading the multifunctional landscape science program, one of the science programs and accelerators that we have created in the CGIR. So today we, as Kargele said, this is an informal setting to discuss on some ideas on how we can enhance our collaboration further, considering the magnitude of problem we have already. So I want to welcome all of you from different delegations, from 1,000 landscapes, all partners that have come from the different perspectives from government, UNCCD, and so on. So I want to say a few things based on my experience the last 20 years. I grew up in a rural area, in a village, and I go frequently after 5 or so years, and I see a huge degradation that is the area is experiencing. And then I am working on landscape restoration for the last 20 years. So I see there is an issue that the problem is taking place still. I'm trying to do something here, but I'm not solving much. So I'm not working in that village, but globally, the effort we are making in relation to the problem we are experiencing don't match. So we are trying our best in every corner, but the impact we are bringing, I'm not undermining the huge success we are bringing, but comparatively, I have a feeling, and my colleagues, some of us here, that we have not achieved what we want to achieve. So, for example, we say the cost of inaction is billions. So there are huge numbers, close to 7 billion, for example. And then we also say the amount of investment required is very low. There is more than 570 or so gap that we are looking for until 2030 or so. So that means we have a big problem, we have a small amount of resource. And on the other hand, we are also asked to deliver a lot in a shorter time. So a decades of degradation that is taking place, somebody, a donor may give us 5 million, 3 million for 5 years, and they expect a lot. And that time shortage doesn't allow us to deliver. And we appear that we are not delivering. So the donors sometimes wonder whether their investment is making sense. So there is an issue along that as well. So we said, I think the best way is we need to collaborate. To have a bigger impact, we have to bring our joint efforts, knowledge, capability together in a coordinated way through sharing experiences so that we have a bigger impact cumulatively. So we know there are several networks, coalitions, partnerships, and all sorts doing different things globally from different perspectives and angles. So the idea is if we connect those dots a bit further, there is a possibility that we can have a meaningful impact and a voice to be heard. We want to have a team, a coalition, a group that can also dictate or contribute to global agendas. For example, we have 2030 is now coming up, and after that, there will be something. So where are we in that agenda? How can we place? If we are in pieces, I don't think we have a global voice to contribute, but if we have a certain way, a mechanism to bring us together, then there are possibilities that we can shape global agenda as well. So along that line, for example, in our program, we have 15 CGR centers. We have other partners, including Wageningen University, CIRAD, and others. And we have over 80 partners we are working with. We call them implementing partners. And we have so many partners, including most of you here. So that is one. But there are so many networks that we can connect together to have that meaningful contribution. So today, we had one session. So I discussed with Kargele on this. We had a small coalition of the willing, we call it in Ethiopia, where we bring all data agronomy, soil data owners, more than 150 or so, and we really did a very good work. So we said if we bring this together also, there is a lot of work we can do. So Kargele bought into it and he was happy and he initiated a meeting. He wrote email to most of you. We had one online session, I think, and we are very grateful that we have this session. We start today, discuss on what is possible, what can we do. Kargele will lead us on those mechanisms. And then at the end, we'll see, okay, we have discussed today. So what's next in the short term, in the midterm, in the long term? We can start with communicating, networking, and the knowledge sharing, experience sharing, and so on. And who knows, maybe we can grow into something very tangible and useful. So thanks for coming. And again, I hope we'll have a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Luseket, for making my life easy. I was supposed to be doing the framing, but I can't do it better than you did. So I just want for those who are visual to see exactly what Luseket was saying, but in a couple of few slides. Here you have a chart. You may not be able to read it there, but this is a kind of network diagram of a few existing coalitions. There are several networks that have been working together. We have 1000 Landscape, we have IUCN, we have Ambition Loop, we have UNU, all of them, the International Network of Forestry, and we have the Landscape Alliance. And the idea that we have is, how can we come together? How can we create a convening platform that brings everyone together to say, let us say the different experiences. And we know there is a good reason. The world population is growing, going almost to 10 billion in 2050. And the planet does not change. And unfortunately, is degrading on a daily basis. So we need to come together to make sure that we design food system that integrates the conservation, the production, and so on. And all those stakeholders have to work together. If you see the diagram, you have people working in the finance sector, people working in the conservation sector and production and research. How do we bring everyone together? So, Ruseget said it this clearly. There are really 5 uncomfortable realities. One of them is the degradation is happening, but our actions are fragmented. The other one is we have a problem that is a collective challenge, but we just want a few people to work on it. We want World Bank to do it. Where are we? How do we come together to do it? Then, as Ruseged also said it, yes, there is a need for consolidation, coordination. The efforts are too fragmented. Yes, we can specialize, but but how do we bring everything together? Then the cost of degradation is the investment in areas that are contributing to degradation is higher than what we are investing in restoration. So how do we these things? And Luseged was saying, yes, degradation has been happening, but we just want to sort it with 1 or 2 short cycle projects. That can't work. How do we design a framework that allows people to work together in a program systems? So one of the things is, if we see all the networks we have shown, the knowledge is there. All those networks are generating the knowledge. The question is, how do we maximize in terms of convergence? If you are not able to converge, we will always see fragmented investments, we will see duplication of efforts, and we will miss the opportunities for synergies. This idea of the Grand Coalition is really how do we maximize in terms of synergies. And people have been telling me that whatever you are saying, unless you are able to show it where it's happening, people will not be able to listen or get what you are saying. So we said that probably landscapes could be one of the basic units that we can use, where we can be able to assess where the trade-offs are happening and see how to manage them and see the opportunities to increase in terms of the synergies. We have to make sure that we bring the production, the conservation, and everything together so that we optimize in terms of the synergies. Now with this, we have gotten the basic of us coming together. The reason of us coming together is really to foster dialogue. How do we really share ideas? How do we maximize in terms of convergence, in terms of coordination? And how do we move together to be able to meet the challenge, the magnitude of the challenge? And that really causes us to make sure that we are open, we are challenging most of the assumptions, and we challenge ourselves as well. For this one to happen, there is some realities that we have to recognize. The cost of inaction, Ruseget said it, is far higher than the cost of what we are investing in restoration. We are talking about trillions versus billions. And the Grand Coalition could help us in terms of maximizing the intelligence for landscape investments, which can lead to even if we talk about Grand Coalition, it's not another coalition. It's really a space for us to be able to collaborate, to share information, but bringing everyone together. So people can come to us, but we really need to do hard work in terms of understanding who is in that space and going to those and try to bring them on board. The way I did sending emails, calling some of you for us to come together is the kind of work I wish we can continue. With this is the beginning of us doing things together. We can try to see how can we convene on a regular basis and what can we do. We can have joint publications. We can have joint statements for this forum like this one. And we need to do something together. It could be joint publications. It could be joint declarations. We can also mobilize better finance when we do this together. Just to conclude, what is needed is really try to see how do we optimize in terms of the synergies? How do we optimize in terms of the evidence? And how do we promote multifunctional landscape as the arena where everything converges so that we can do better together? And we really need to unite so that we can be able to inform some of the global processes. And I will refer to the post-SDGs. We all know that something went wrong with the SDGs. How this Grand Coalition can help really accelerate the process in the future. We can have a joint publication in that respect. One key message, we always recognize that humanity depends on really the socio-ecological systems. And for us to get there, we have to accept to come together and get united to solve those big issues. I'll pause here, and then we have really wonderful colleagues who have committed to help us shape this discussion. And I will start inviting them, starting with Bushan. You can come on the stage. Then Sunita, please, from UNU. Bhushan is from 1000 Landscape. Then Anupa from IFAD. Written from IUCN. Wang from Ambition Loop. And Ermias from the Landscape Alliance. A good reason that we are here to talk about landscapes. So to get started, I didn't try to introduce you. I want each of you to take 30 seconds to introduce yourself to the audience. Maximum 30 seconds, starting with Bhushan.
Thank you very much, Kajalit, for having all of us here. Bhushan Sethi, steer the 1000 Landscapes for 1 Billion People initiative. Also run a policy platform called Gallup.Earth, where we demonstrate how policymakers can make integrated landscape management for economic outcomes, SDGs, NDCs, and all downstream results. Thank you.
Next, Sunita, please.
Thanks, Kargele. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sunita Subramanian. I am a researcher with the United Nations University, the Institute for the Advanced Study for Sustainability. It's based in Tokyo in Japan. The UNU is an academic arm of the United Nations. We are 13 institutes spread out around the world, all focusing on sustainability, but specific aspects. So the institute I work for, we focus on these issues: biodiversity, human well-being, ecosystems, etc. We also are the secretariat for the International Partnership for the Satoyama Initiative, IPSI in short, which is a multi-stakeholder partnership of more than 350 members, including governments, intergovernmental agencies, all the way to local community organizations. So what we do through that partnership is to advocate for and to strengthen locally led actions. We do advocate for landscape approaches, but we call in what we call socio-ecological production landscapes and seascapes. So it's a systems approach that we advocate for, but it is to strengthen activities on the ground. Thank you.
Yes, Anupa, please.
No, I have this.
I'll do.
Is this working? Okay, yes. Hi, I'm Anupa Rimalami Chane. I'm the lead environment climate specialist for Asia Pacific for IFAD. And it's my pleasure to be here. And thank you for the organizers for organizing this meeting. Within the Asia Pacific, so I am responsible for climate, environment, safeguard related aspects. We work with countries in Asia Pacific on various projects and also help them in land restoration. As you all know, IFAD, International Fund for Agriculture Development, focuses on agriculture. So beyond production, market, and institutions, we are also heavily engaged in how can we make our projects more climate resilient. So, and much more to come probably during the discussion. Let me just hand over the.
To Wangu.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Wangu Mwangi, and excuse me, I've been fighting flu. Work with Ambition Loop, programs lead for our land and soil loop. And basically, Ambition Loop was started by former UN high-level climate champions. And the idea is to try and find ways to build, sort of to accelerate momentum towards global goals by harnessing real sort of the energy from the real economy. So the idea really is to look at who is not currently part of the equation in multilateral processes and try and bring them into it. So for the land and soil team, after COP16 in Riyadh, the presidency asked us to try and bring the idea of an action agenda from the climate space into the UNCCD space. So that's what we've been doing for the last 2 years. And I think I'm a living example. I was looking at your diagram about types of coalitions, and I couldn't place what we're doing. Because we are not a global implementation platform. We are really trying to work in between the cracks and see how can we avoid reinventing the wheel and bringing people together. So, yeah.
Excellent. We've moved to Chetan.
Thank you, Kargil, and it's a pleasure to be here. So my name is Chetan Kumar. I'm the global head of the IUCN's Forest and Grassland team. And before I describe the work that we do, the joke we have is that forests cover 30% of the geographical or the Earth's surface. and grasslands 40%. So my team works on the 70% of the landscape, which is a big task. So we try to simplify the work that we do. We focus on 3 areas besides the global mandate. We focus on conservation of the intact ecosystem, so whether grasslands, forests, savannas, etc. What we can protect, we restore. So the second pillar of our work focuses on restoration, grasslands, forests, agriculture, interface, agroforestry, etc. And the third pillar of our work focuses on people and community aspect. And we have 4 enabling or 4 cross-cutting areas. So we work on global policy. So my team leads the engagement with the conventions, particularly the UNCCD, as well as we engage with the CBD and Climate One. We work very closely with the various ambition, action agenda items. The second pillar or second enabling condition we work is on financing, mobilizing finance, both for our work as well as for our partners. The third one focuses on knowledge, and the fourth one focuses on the capacity building.
Thank you to Ermias.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, colleagues. I'm Ermias Betamariam. I work with the Landscape Alliance, C4, and then ICRAF in action. So we changed our branding from C4 ICRAF to Landscape Alliance. So yes, and then that's also something we'd like to mention here. And then I think, the key areas mentioned: landscape restoration, soil health, monitoring tools as a public goods. I think those are the basic things that we generate. A lot of data, honestly speaking, experience that we could bring into this kind of global grand coalition you mentioned. And then on a personal level also, I served UNCCD as a science policy interface member for 4 years. And then I graduated from that. And then now I am also serving the JEF Global Environmental Facility as a science technical advisory panel member for their land and then drought investment area as a science. So I think we can really bring in, all the science and the credibility of the CGIAR program, and then being global, being staying for long, and then also being recognized for that. I think I can see clearly a very interesting space that we could exploit. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Great, thanks. And now handing over to Victoria.
Thank you, Kagele, and hello, everyone. My name is Victoria Gutierrez. I am the head of global policy at Common Land. Common Land is a foundation, international foundation based in the Netherlands, and we are dedicated to supporting people and organizations in restoring their landscapes. There are different ways in which we do that, but we are known for the 4 returns, which is, in a nutshell, an integrated and holistic framework that sort of indicates the process for locally led action. It has 4 returns, so it's quite holistic, and it brings spatial planning in ways that we can have conservation, protection, and production coexist. And then we work towards a 20-year long-term timeframe. So we work globally. We are active in over 23 countries. And so we have a lot of experience with multi-stakeholder partnerships because we don't implement, we support those who live in those landscapes, who know those landscapes in doing that work. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, everyone. We are just missing Chris of the Asian Development Bank. He's late. He may be here anytime from now, but we will get started. I have a set of 4 questions, which are very complicated, but I was told that you are excellent in terms of being brief. So you only have 1 minute, 90 seconds to be able to address my questions. Because there are 4 and we don't have that much time, I will be asking my questions randomly. I assume that you have answers. To make it easy, I will tell you the questions, then I will start going one by one. That's how we are going to proceed, but 30 seconds for all of you. So these are the 4 questions for you. The first one is, how can actors align around multifunctional landscapes? What does it mean? What would it take to bring science, policy, finance, implementing actors into strong alignment around multifunctional landscapes as an arena for integration action? So that is your first question. Your second one is, where can a grand coalition add the most value? If I put it differently, is, where do you see the most promising opportunities for a grand coalition to add value across evidence, metrics, learning sites, policy, finance, and communications. The third one is, what can each partner contribute? Briefly is what? How can different partners contribute to the grand coalition in ways that build on their knowledge, networks, field experience, policy engagement, and technical expertise? And the fourth one, the most critical one, is where do we go from here? What follow-up after COP would sustain the momentum? What kind of follow-up processes after COP would help sustain the momentum and turn this conversation into a practical collaboration? Yeah, now I go and start listening to you. So briefly, the questions: how can actors align around multifunctional landscapes? We have a balanced panel, so we have equal number of women and men, even if Chris is not here. So I will ask the question to a women and then a man. So I try to start with Anupa. How can actors around multifunctional landscape in 90 seconds?
Maybe I don't need 90 seconds, or maybe I need 90 minutes. I can go both ways because it's a big question. And at the same time, when you were going through the questions, I was just thinking that we can all, like you have just put all the questions together, we can put our answers together. We'll be anyway talking, like touching on one or the other. So in terms of aligning and what is really required, I think when you were presenting, and there was already some answers out there. So there is already this fragmentation. So this fragmentation is actually creating a lot of isolation, because we are fragmented. There are so many fragmented, even if you look at on financing aspect, it's nice to also have somebody who is providing technical aspects on Jeff. Because even if you look at different funding mechanisms, they have different pillars. And whether we look at agencies or pillars, so what happens is that sort of, again, makes us to look at things in an isolation. So what really we need to do is, how can we break this isolation and probably work more in an integrated manner? So in terms of bringing in science on this aspect, one way in terms of how to do it is providing co-benefits with hard data. For example, ecological restoration and rural economic growth reinforces one another. And we've seen that happening. Like, for example, from IFAD, while we are working at the community level with rural farmers, smallholder farmers, we cannot be, we can't put things separately in terms of restoration aspect, environmental support, or environmental, trying to address environmental degradation, and then look at agriculture, because we are looking at that farm space. So when we do agroforestry type of activities, or we do production related activities in terms of, growing the agriculture produce, we do need to look at everything in totality. And there needs to be some economic aspect, rural income added to that. So which means that you cannot look, activities in isolation, saying that you do like one aspect is doing environment, the other is doing climate, the other is doing adaptation or finance or mitigation. It goes hand in hand, and that's how we've seen it actually works better. So which means that we already have a lot of data in terms of what is happening in terms of environmental degradation, the cost of inactions that we talked about. So that's already there. But how do we really start working with the communities together? How do you bring the community aspect in the whole process? And then really come up with an integrated approach. I think that's something extremely important. Mobilizing local leadership in terms of how do you work with local leaders or local partners, and then try to look at different aspects of community and different community groups to bring them together, who are in different forms, because you have farmer organizations, you have environmental groups, you have so many different agencies or community members or community groups within our own community, working with all of them. And I guess those are some of, if I look at it, really try to address the core of the issue of the fragmented approaches. Let me stop here, because I don't know if it's a number of—
Thank you very much, Anupa. Let's ask Ermias to complement your answer. I said it is randomly.
Can you repeat the question? Because you said it's complicated.
Yeah, it's
So that I don't want to make a mistake.
How can actors align around multifunctional landscapes?
I mean, I think it is good that, how is always a difficult question. I think the first thing is, I think it should be, there should be a mechanism within this platform. First is trust. Trust has to be there. How do you build the trust? Then how do I join you? Because when you join a club, you need to understand, you need to trust. Second thing, what are the incentives of doing that? Because I like they say the cost of inaction, but what of the cost of the benefits of action? Also, the other side of the equation. I think that is extremely important. And then if someone doesn't know, they will never subscribe. So what are the incentives, the mechanism? That's the how part. The other thing is also, I think for me, we are a little bit inward looking because I'm also part of the CGIAR. This is also a perfect opportunity to go out and look at, the outside world, like the IUCN next to my, sitting next to where I'm sitting. So I think looking a little bit outward looking thing is also very important. Otherwise we will be locked into each one's in our own, but that's also partnership. So we put it even in the JF theory of change. One of the strongest things recommended is that really partnership and then dialogue. So if you don't have that kind of platform, we will never have that kind of partnership and dialogue. So I think to look outward looking thing, I think that is extremely important. The third pillar, I would say, the last statement is also, if you look at in all discussions, the engagement of the private sector is not there at all. So we are talking to ourselves with the changing landscape on funding, where it's go. I think, how do you be really relevant for the private sector? Do we speak the private sector language, finance, and then all these kind of things? I think that platform would really help us. And then that's how we need to really bring in this kind of thing. Thank you, Cargill. And then
Great, thank you very much. Yeah. Then we move to the next question and we continue with Victoria randomly. Where can a grand coalition add the most value? We see Common Land is already a network of networks. Now, if we are going to the next level, higher than where Common Land is, higher than where 1,000 landscape is, what could be the added value?
I've been thinking about your question since you posted. So I think a new coalition that rallies around landscapes has to be one that can fill a genuine gap. So what is that genuine gap? I don't think we want another layer of coordination or another layer of information sharing. So for me, it would be really important to identify what are the networks that are really working on landscapes, and we know who we are, right? What are the strengths of these networks? What are they focusing on? What are the weaknesses, and where are the gaps? And I think really trying to find a meaningful area or gap where we can add value. So for me, the question is, if forming a new coalition around landscapes, the question would be, what kind of additional value will it add to doing the work that we are currently doing in a more efficient or more effective way than working within the networks that exist today?
Great, thank you very much. And I'll come next to where I am and see whether Bushan would like to complement the answer.
Thanks, Kaushali. Thanks, Victoria. I think from an MFL standpoint, both of you have set the stage with your slides, and we all agree for the most part. I think we need it's just that we are so busy doing our work that we can't take everyone along. So an initiative like 1,000 Landscapes today with 104 partners like yourselves, we have so much rich content and work practices. I think we need to spend effort to work out a value chain of interoperability, right? Because the science is known, the practices are known, And to help the communities, we need to develop a bottom-up focus and develop playbooks that can be very simply deployed for ground action. Once we do these two things, we need to factor in the cost of governance at the landscape level, which is not a very high number, but we need to ensure policymakers know that the basics of the needs of landscapes and communities will go a long way over time, because once you put that in place, the social capital helps it multiply phenomenally well. So that's how I would frame it. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Bhushan. We will move on with the next one because we want also to create room for the audience to be able to comment on this. And I will take it from the ambition loop. You said it very well, Wango, that there is a lot of things in common. And we want to hear from you, what can each partner contribute if we were to come up with the grand coalition?
Well, picking up from where Victoria, or closer, okay, sorry. Picking up from what she said, which I think is our entry point as well, which is where are the gaps? What's the added value? So I'm not sure, even as I sit here discussing a grand coalition, whether that's what we want to do. I don't know whether we have consensus on whether that's what we want to do, because does that mean yet another layer? Does that mean yet another sort of, additional energy into coordination? I think for me, how we landed at this landscape approach and met so many of these partners is recognizing that we are not meeting targets. We are not meeting objectives. And so we try to work backwards. If we wanted to meet the SDGs, if we just look at one UNCCD goal, which is land degradation neutrality, why is it still not happening? So we thought, let's look at who's working in the space already. Let's bring them together, but let's focus on scaling up ambition. So this is not about a new project or a new program, but it's about connecting what we are doing on the ground to sort of aggregate our results, to showcase, to make it more visible at the global level. And we have already actually launched here at COP what we're calling a land and soil community platform under the Riyadh Action Agenda. We already have more than 200 initiatives featured, ranging from big ones to small ones, but the idea really is if you find a way that people can actually showcase what they're doing, bring it together and see where the gaps are, then you can pick up from there. And so IUCN, for instance, is one of our partners for what we call the Breakthrough Coalitions on grasslands, savannas, and rangelands, savannas, and grasslands. And really the idea is connecting what's already happening and then together coming up with a shared target to scale up efforts. So for me, I'm not 100% convinced at this point that we need another grand coalition, but maybe we just need to work even better together.
Excellent. And you did a good exercise by referring to IUCN. Let us give the floor to Chetan.
So what is my question then?
Contribute. So one is very clear that we don't need another grand coalition, a new, and we are on the same page. We also don't want another grand coalition. We just want a convening space, a collaborative space, and we are on the same page. And we want to hear from you, Chetan, from the IUCN side of the business.
Thank you very much. Let me start by saying that the sentiment is shared by, I guess, all the panelists that, and I'm sure the audience, we don't need more complicated structure. I'll take a step back. And for those of us who have been to these COPs and several of these, and this year is no exception with the 3 COPs, in all of them, we see a lot of momentum on new things like rangelands, but momentum is not architecture, momentum is not framework. What happens is that there's a lot of discussion that takes place and we move to another COP, and then we get into another cycle. So what is really critical in these kind of, when we come together, and particularly for the discussion today, is to really have a shared vision of what results we would like to show when we go back. How do we come back to next COP, whether it's in Egypt or Brazil? We don't know, but how do we show the results? And that's what matters. And it doesn't need new things. It doesn't need new structure, but how we could bring all this together to show more results, more action on the ground.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the next point, because really we want to see if you have to come up. Yes, you agree. A lot of discussions, very little action on ground, at least in terms of the visibility. That's a good reason for us to ask, if we want to make a difference, where do we go from here? And Sunitha, as a researcher, I do believe you can also give us, you're thinking about how can we research even this one. So what do you see as really the next steps after this COP?
Okay, to quote Nike, just do it. I'm bought into this idea that it's very useful for all of us to be working together, because there's a lot of overlap in what we do, but it also amplifies the message that we are all trying to push through this nested governance system, let's say across multiple levels of decision making. So one of the things, let me use a practical example. So one of the things that we are trying to do within the IPCC is to foster collaborative activities, and they can be research, it could be capacity development, it could be even market-based finance raising, funding, financial mechanisms that partners might want to use for to support their activities. So in this, there's one activity, for instance, that we are right now working with one of our partners, which is the Club of Rome, to try and see how in the next 3 to 4 years, we can actually show that there's an alternate way of sense making, okay, not just the GDP way, but then, and that can come from the landscape initiatives that are out there. It need not be just constrained to the IPCC network, right? Because there is this big universe of initiatives that is out there, and we can actually, and we're trying to do it in different regions, because the evidence we pull from there it's much more powerful when we get together and bring a message like that to a global forum. So this is just an example, but what I'm saying is it's something that we can go from here to build on what Chetan was saying, not just look at the momentum, but to actually work on it in terms of multiple activities that we can think of. Some of it is like this, advocacy areas, like we come here, we speak, we are on a panel together, but more deeper would be to actually engage in joint activities, to actually look at sites that we can, which may not be within our network, but which is then another network which can support the work that we are doing. So it is the point you were making, interoperability in many ways.
Great. I think you refer to interoperability, and we get to Bouchard to see what kind of complements in terms of the next steps from here.
I think building on all the value addition everybody's sharing, between this COP and next COP, we have 24 months. We will end with a declaration, which will go home feeling good. But I think for a value-added coalition like ours and 1,000 Landscapes and all the rich partners you have, we need to have a light secretariat, which kind of puts us on track with very simple goals that we assess every few months for a 12 to 18-month period. So for example, if we decide today that the technology is all there, the approaches are all there, we just need to build a value chain playbook that we can share with CSOs and ground communities for action and improving all the indicators. We need to monitor how we come together on building that interoperability over the next 12 to 18 months. And then going to the next COP 6 months in advance, we know how we've done on our targets. So I think we need to have some rigor and cadence on that. Otherwise, the value system doesn't translate to concrete action. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Has anyone seen Chris from the Asian Development Bank? I think my eyes are not bad, so he has not been able to make it. but we still have a few minutes, but not enough. Is anyone from the, I'll come back to you. Just 1 second. I just want to find out if there is anyone from the audience who would like to react on what you have said so far. Then I'll come back to all of you, starting from Victoria. This time not randomly, coming from Victoria to Bushran. And in 1 minute, I know you have been thinking about this when we were talking about this sad event, but the time was not sufficient. So what can you really give us as a take-home message in 1 minute? I'll come up back to you, so be prepared. Thanks. Anything from, yes, Max?
Hello. Well, first of all, thanks for the space and for all the panelists here. My name is Max. I work for Eco Agriculture Partners, but I guess here I'm representing the Latin American and the International Model Forest Networks, which I'm part of the Secretariat as well. I think I would just like to share a quick feeling and an example, because the International Model Forest Network exists for more than 30 years promoting landscape approaches, right? And I have to say, for example, when the 1000 landscapes started, the first question was like, why there's another network? We're doing this for so long. And it took time to understand 1000 landscapes and feel like that it could be something really interesting and could benefit. And I feel today it opened a lot of doors, opportunities for exchange for what could be, was a network around the model forest concept. It opened and, lots of learnings around this. So it was a great learning. But then I ask again, like, okay, we're creating another one. And I think there can be a lot of benefits again. We just need to understand how and why, right? So I think this is just a quick reflection from the model forest networks, I could say, and almost mixing a bit of a personal reflection is that we are all here kind of promoting landscape approaches that is all about collaboration, alignment, and, we talk about coherence, policy coherence, and not duplicating efforts. So I think we should be the first to be the example on that, right? We ask for the communities, for people on the ground. So I think the international organizations and movements should be the first one to be the reference. And I think we're still struggling to do this, and it's still moment to be asking ourselves on how to do this, right? Thank you.
Excellent contribution, Mark. Yeah, I'll be fair. I'll give you 30 seconds for your comment.
Hello. Okay. Somebody here on the panel said that you are talking to yourselves and the finance people are never here. So that's not true for this session, because I'm someone who has been involved with the Mongolian banking and finance sector for a very long time. And I have right now part-time involvement with the Mongolian Green Finance Corporation. The official launch was this morning. But officially here I am representing Transbank. It's a commercial bank, mostly doing things in the big corporate sector, not really in development. But I'm here by reference from my former colleague with whom I worked here in UB, and she has right now involvement with one of these of your organizations. And it's certainly a very interesting session, but I don't see anybody else from Mongolia except me. And certainly I would like to learn more from what you are doing, and globally, and also here in Mongolia. That's something new. And I mean, you will be also dealing with channeling financing, and finance probably will be, I think your organization is involved with creating and designing different products like green products. That's something interesting for Mongolia's Green Finance Corporation. As I said, I am only part-time, but then I don't know how things will go for me with them, but certainly these will be the areas where they will be, of interest to them. And if anybody's interested, I can set up something, meetings or other things. Thank you, and wish you good luck.
Thank you very much for the contribution. We will take your contact information so that we can get you engaged more. Thank you for joining us. Now I go really, and I will be very strict for the 1 minute, and I'll be timing. So starting with really, Victoria, what would be the take-home message?
Okay, I wanted to add a comment to the discussion, and that is, having opened the Pandora box about whether we should be doing a coalition or not. I think that there is value in bringing all the landscape networks together and really jointly assessing what the mission is, what the direction is, what our strengths are, what the weaknesses are, but doing it jointly. Because I think there is a very important window to act. And I'm not thinking so much COP to COP, but what will happen after the UN decade expires in 2030. So is there something for a group of coalitions to think together, to find out together what would make sense to do? So what should we do for landscapes post 2030? I think that would be of value, right? To identify where everyone is, and also that will generate more collaboration.
Got you, Emias. 30 seconds.
Oh, 30 seconds. Okay, thank you. I think for me is really to justify, why this initiative after all. I think we need to justify that strongly. And then for me also, I think it is very important to be, what is additionality that brings on the existing coalition, and then clearly justify for stakeholders and convince that by doing so, it's going to be like that. I think we don't have that picture yet. So I think convincing, all stakeholders why we should really care about this kind of network of networks or coalition of coalitions is really important. I think that is very important, and perhaps identify one strong entry point by which we could start working something to prove that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Brett, moving to Shetar, 30 seconds again.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to build on Armia's point. So coming together does not solve the problem. So just because we have a coalition doesn't solve the problem. It's also important to recognize what shared challenges and what understanding we have. We are looking at different functions. The same rangeland we are talking here, we are looking at from a wasteland perspective, from a productive land perspective, so it's really important to highlight. So my first take home is to coming together, but also recognizing or understanding the shared goals. That's important. And the second is building on what has been already said about activities and where we go from here. We also need some measures of success. How do we define that? And that's really important. So those are two takeaways for me.
Thank you. Appreciated. We move on to Wango.
I think in the same spirit, and what I pick up on what Sunita said, I think sometimes we just learn by doing, right? So I think putting our money where our mouth is, identifying some hotspot, landscapes, and saying, what momentum we can create. So I would say, even as we go to COPs and to all kinds of gatherings, let's start to actually think of actual places and hotspots where we can harness all the creativity and momentum that we have in this room.
Great, thank you very much.
There's already been a lot of coalitions or different kind of groups. So, and they have very similar mandates, some like a word here and there, very different, and trying to do most of the time similar things. And we're looking at landscapes, we're looking at ecosystem. So how can we, the take-home message that I would actually suggest is bridging these mandates, this divided mandates, and then really coming up with, because everyone's doing their part of the, shared responsibility, as you just mentioned, Chetan. But then how do we really start bridging those? That's number one. Respective countries that we're engaging with. And there are different type of, again, government policies that are being designed, again, to factor into these various different mandates. How can we start harmonizing them? Because so that we can look from a more landscape approach or ecosystem-based approach. That's something I would like to add. Thanks.
Thank you to Sunita.
Thanks, Gargele. I think whether we decide on having a coalition or not, I'd like to commend you for bringing everyone together here, because I think it's a start. It's a start for us to also look a bit more closely about how we can collaborate on what aspects we can collaborate. And I think that's a very good start. So let's start working from that angle. There's a lot of good points that came up from the people who spoke earlier. And I think all of those are helpful for us to look at what was the purpose that will be served, where can we maximize our efforts and such.
Thank you. Then Bushan, also 30 seconds.
I thought I would get a minute and 30. No, I'm kidding. Okay. So I'm not going to repeat. I think pretty much everything has been covered between your presentations and the panel. So I had a similar challenge when I started 6 years ago. And to solve that knowledge gap of mapping the detailed solutions, the interoperabilities, the different conventions, I built a capacity building tool for policymakers that shows how integrated landscape management actually gets all actors on the ground and gives a graded approach. I'm happy to share that with you if you would like to build a whole value chain of interoperability with all the players on the different platforms. I think that will get us on a much better vision, everybody working together. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, everyone, really, for being very brief. One thing, for next time, if we talk about creating another coalition or so, say stop there. Because they over to Ruseged for the concluding remarks. For me, as a researcher, you have given us an excellent research question, but we will make sure that you are part of that research in terms of really mapping the networks, understand where the strengths are and where the gaps are, and how can we build this. And really, I'm very happy also that you have been able to accept the invitation, because no matter what, the whole will be always better than the sum of the parts. And what we want to do is really convening that space. With this, let me hand over to Ruseged for the concluding remarks.
Okay, so I have taken a lot of notes, so I hope you have taken as well, and my colleagues here. First of all, I want to appreciate the colleagues, but one comment, there was I don't know, misunderstanding or something. We didn't want to create another coalition, but we're trying to create a space to connect ourselves. So in the title, there was a coalition, there was join something which Kargele has written. That also confuses a bit. But anyway, based on the notes and the recommendations we have, what we are trying to do is how best can we now connect all the actors and networks and coalitions in a better way so that we can deliver on our individual sectoral intelligence. So we can do a lot on metrics, on indicators, on capacities. Even there are a lot of things to do. We have landscapes, we have landscape approach, we have indicators which are not still clearly defined. Sometimes we confuse. In the multifunctional landscapes, the first meeting, people asked me, I don't know how many times, many times, what is a landscape? So when I say this and that, after a month, another question. Then what are landscape approaches? Then so on and so on. So do we need this forum of landscapes to define those, to make clarity on what we mean, what we don't mean, and so on? And even metrics, for example, we are asked, okay, what are the indicators of success? We have the custom services, we have the different things, but are those enough? Or do we have to capitalize on our shared experience and define okay, for a multifunctional landscapes, we can use this intelligence approach to define these are the indicators and so on. So there are a lot of things to do based on the notes we have. I think we can continue engaging with the team here and the others to build this momentum and give ourselves a task for next COP. When we meet here the next year in the COP, we'll come up with something. So what we do is Kargele will take our notes, develop the action plans, share to the colleagues here and who are not around, and then we define what we should do for the coming 1 year so that next year we have one step further. So again, we don't need to say we are creating a coalition, we are forming or something, but we are trying to find a space. I don't know how to call it. We need to have a space to connect us. Then that will be an output that we are looking for. So once more, thank you so much for your time, for your commitment, for coming, for accepting this confused slide. A quick photo.
Thank you, everyone. We will start shortly. So if I could just please ask whoever is here for our Synergies, Rio Synergies reception, if you could please take a seat. After the reception, we will move the chairs and you can mingle around. But for now, if you could please take a seat and we will start shortly. Thank you.
Okay. Any? Okay. So good evening. It's been a long day. My name's Stuart McGuinness. I'm the Deputy Director General for IUCN, and it really is a real pleasure to welcome all of you to this evening to the IUCN Pavilion. I'd just like first and foremost to give a word of thanks to my own fantastic team, to the climate change and energy team, Ali and Eni, and to the center, the team on the Center for Policy and Law, David, and David is here, yeah, because these are the guys who actually pulled this all together, organized this, got it sorted out. So thank you very much for that. This reception is designed to wrap up the Ulaanbaatar technical dialogue on synergies that we had earlier this afternoon. I want a big thank you to all of you. I know many of you came and took time, 2 hours out of a busy schedule when you were negotiating, when you were maybe doing other events. But I hope you feel it was worthwhile. I'll apologize to those colleagues from international organizations and the multilateral development banks and civil society. I was going to say too many. We didn't have too many. We had so many parties really expressing their views and sharing their perspectives on the synergies agenda. We had over 25 parties making interventions on their experience on synergies, how they're looking at synergies at a national or subnational level. And I say we could have gone on for another 2 hours as well. So thank you for that. Again, I'll say once again to the international organizations, the banks, civil society, please send in your written comments. We really do want to hear those as well. It really was great conversation. And I really hope that what we can do this afternoon or this evening, I promise I'm not going to speak very long. Once we hear from a couple of speakers, is that we can continue this dialogue between ourselves. We can have some reflection on how we want to move forward. I think that the technical dialogue demonstrates that there is real appetite to build synergies from the bottom up. And I maybe at this stage, I also just would like to really thank the government of Turkey, who's been working with us as a partner, the other COP presidencies as well. I think it's very reassuring that we had all three COP presidencies represented there. And so excuse me, I see a really good opportunity for moving forward. Now, Rio Synergies, as you all know, because you're all well invested and versed in these international processes, has been one of the most frequently used terms at COPs over the last couple of years, and certainly today. That wasn't always the case. I'm old enough to remember when we were told that COPs needed to stay in their own lane, that they needed to focus on their own deliverables. But the fact that they aren't, that the issue of synergies is not only becoming a topic that people want to talk about, but actually a real imperative and reflects so prominently. I think it really is a testimony to the effort of many people in the room, from parties, but also from international organizations and civil society, who have continually built up the narrative that I think a couple of people expressed it this morning, that if you look at a farmer on the ground, they don't wake up and do climate change from 8 to 10, and then they do land degradation from 11 to 12. These are things that they live with. These are interacting challenges that manifest themselves on the same landscapes, in the same livelihoods, that create the same that create and reinforce the challenges for development, for nature conservation, for land degradation, and critically, of course, for climate change. And so I think I want to really sort of acknowledge that where we've got to now with a discussion around the importance of how we build those linkages in a very practical way is testimony to the leadership that many of you have exercised, and the commitment to try to move that forward. And again, I think that that's been with parties, that's been when countries have held presidencies, keeping moving that and building that momentum forward. And of course, civil society also highlighting and saying we need to see new ways of being able to deal with these crises, these interlinked crises that are interrelated, and that we do not have time to deal with one by one by one. So I think we are building momentum for more integrated approaches, but also if we want synergies to deliver tangible results, then obviously the international discussions are really important, but we need to see those move into national policies, into national and subnational investment decisions, and action on the ground. And I think all of us have a role to play. And that was one of the things that really jumped out at me today, was just how much work is going on already at national and subnational level. So the technical dialogue is a clear indication that we are headed in the right direction through this collaboration with the leadership of the Turkey COP presidency, and we'll work towards Antalya, with IUCN using the ENACT platform, and with our friends at the G20 Global Land Initiative. So you'll be surprised, those of you who attended, you will not be surprised to know that we haven't finished compiling the report yet. So rich was the inputs, but there are a couple of messages that sort of jumped out at me. Number one, nature-based solutions are critical. When we talk about what are those frameworks for being able to deliver and pursue synergies, nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches, they are there at the top of the queue. They provide practical ways to operationalize synergies at the local level and deliver tangible outcomes where they're needed most. And part of that, and I've made this point already, that part of that because land degradation, biodiversity loss, climate change are playing out in the same landscape. So and they are often, and I think this was another point, they're often being driven and exacerbated by the same drivers as well. Secondly, synergy. I was having a chat with a colleague this morning, and they said, you know, Stuart, we've been talking about synergies for so long, but we just don't see them happening. Well, I said, I'm not too sure. Maybe there's not enough synergies, but I said, I do think there is actually quite a lot of synergies happening. And I think that's what we saw this afternoon, country after country after country. And I'm sure if we had time to give the floor to the international organizations, civil society, the MDBs, we would have heard the same story, that there are synergies are happening. Maybe there's not enough, maybe it's not coherent enough, but there are synergies happening on the ground. There is a lot of lessons that we can actually build on. There's a lot that we can capitalize upon. And the third thing, which is that we don't need to invent new structures. And I think this is something that many parties said, we don't want to go into a whole process of inventing new structures and whatnot. There are structures, there are frameworks such as the ENACT partnership that can help facilitate cooperation, learning, and exchange. So with that, I promise you now, you will hear very little from me for the rest of the day, but I would like to now just take the opportunity to really hear about, again, these examples of synergies moving from the local up to the global. So let us first of all hear from the Honourable Sam Matema, Member of Parliament, on how Zimbabwe has successfully advanced synergistic action on the ground through community nature-based solutions that address both climate change and drought. So, Mr. Matema.
Thank you very much, Stuart. A very good, is it good afternoon or good evening? Let me ride on the protocols already established by Stuart. But before I get into my prepared delivery, let me just make a follow-up on what Stuart said. The conversation that he had with the friend in the morning about synergies. If ever we are going to arrive at the destination that we have set for ourselves, we need to build the synergies that you were talking about. But we need to do more and better. It's not so much about building synergies, but it is the value that we should get out of those synergies. Synergies built around partnerships. And I want to celebrate this gathering because it underscores the partnerships that we celebrate as we work at both sub-national level and national level. So thank you so very much for coming through. And I don't want to take much of your time in sharing the few notes that I have, but it is my conviction that this is not the beginning or the end. It will mark, these conversations should mark a very long journey that we are going to be walking together for the common good and for the greater good. Thank you so very much. My name is Honorable Sam Matema from a great country in the southern part of the continent of Africa. a country called Zimbabwe. I chair the Portfolio Committee on Environment, Climate, and Wildlife. And as a committee, we are convicted to the existential threat that is posed by climate change, the existential threat that is posed by environmental degradation, that will find expression in biodiversity loss. In other words, in short, I'm just summarizing the 3 Rio Conventions. So as a committee, we have that conviction that there is a lot that we need to do as a collective to find solutions that are sustainable as we go into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and honored guests, it is a privilege to join you today as we reflect on our shared commitment to climate resilience and sustainable development. The CBA Scale Plus projects stands as a clear demonstration of how local action can directly advance our national priorities. This initiative aligns seamlessly with Zimbabwe's National Development Strategy 2, NDS2, as well as our National Climate Policy, our National Adaptation Plan, and international commitments under the Paris Agreement, Rio and Ramsar Conventions. By translating these macro level policies into practical efforts, such as wetland rehabilitation, tree planting, and land restoration in districts back in the great country of Zimbabwe, districts like Bikita, Buhera, Chiredzi, we are safeguarding both our ecosystems and our national future. However, as we look at the global landscape, we must also be realistic about the shifting realities of international finance. Global funding trends, particularly out of America, point towards a shrinking pace for development initiatives. This shift demands that we look inwards and rely more heavily on the strong localized partnerships we build back. We need our own version of a localized conference of parties, a unified domestic platform where government, partners, and communities lay out planned adaptation and mitigation activities together, ensuring we are all on the same page and moving at the same pace to provide and achieve what we call the Vision 2030 back home. There is a vision at UN level with respect to sustainable development goals, at a local scale, at national scale. We are also chasing a vision called Vision 2030, where we target to see the country of Zimbabwe realizing upward mobility in terms of the standards of living of the generality of the population of Zimbabwe. So we want to have convergence at UN level and also have convergence at national level. So that in terms of approach and targets, there is convergence. For these initiatives to truly take root, our approach to community-based natural resource management must be genuinely community-driven. Scientific interventions alone are not enough. Indigenous knowledge systems, what we call our village science, our indigenous ways of knowing, must converge with conventional science. The moment we begin to talk about communities, it means we need to tap into the wisdom that resides in those communities. How do we get village science? How do we get indigenous knowledge systems? How do we get indigenous people and local communities to participate in these conversations? That is critical, so that the benefits that we draw from village science converge, collapse that, so that there is convergence with conventional science. When local wisdom informs practical adaptation, communities do not just participate in projects, they claim genuine ownership over them. And that is critical. Once there is ownership on the part of the communities that we serve, the communities that we target, they will work round the clock, 25 hours a day, to make sure that the programs and projects succeed. At the same time, from a representative and oversight perspective, we must be deliberate about where we focus our energy. We need to look at the bigger picture of nature conservation. Alongside tangible livelihood activities, our ultimate metric of success cannot simply be the sheer number of projects scattered on the ground. Success must be measured by noticeable transformational impact, lasting improvements in household incomes, poverty reduction, and community-wide economic resilience. Finally, achieving this level of impact requires total transparency and a truly inclusive table. We say back in Zimbabwe, whatever we do, whatever interventions we come up with, the target, the ultimate objective in terms of impact is that we don't leave anyone or any place behind. So that speaks to the inclusivity that is critical in terms of our interventions. So whatever we're doing, we leave no one and no place behind. While development entry points often route through the Minister of State, district development coordinators, and local councillors, we must avoid silos. We must avoid fragmentation in terms of interventions. Decisions and council resolutions cannot occur to the exclusion of members of parliament. Effective parliamentary oversight is impossible when project activities remain opaque. To ensure our work is sustainable and fully supported, implementing partners must engage parliamentary portfolio committees across the board. Members of parliament must have a complete appreciation of the projects operating within their constituencies. Much like the valuable lessons we observed at the Jeff 8 program in a place called Mutusina Zita in Buera South constituency, Manicaland province, back in Zimbabwe. To us as members of parliament, CBA Scale Plus is far more than a climate adaptation project. It is an investment in our people, our land, and our collective resilience. By bringing all stakeholders, members of parliament, councillors, traditional leaders, and development partners to the same table, and pairing oversight with community wisdom, we can build a resilient, self-sustaining Zimbabwe. I want to thank you so very much as I close for listening and listening very good. And hoping that, like I said in my opening statement, this is not the end, but this should mark the beginning of a long journey that we are going to be working together for the greater good at national level, at a global scale, leaving no one and no place behind. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sam Matema. I thought that was really inspiring. I thank you very much for bringing in a very, painting a very strong picture of the importance of community involvement, community local knowledge. And I 100% agree with you that this is, if we're going to see synergies happen at that level. And I think one of the other things then that it also means that we need to make sure that the policies support communities, they empower the agency of communities, and actually that resources get to communities as well. And again, I also like the point you raised that the adaptation project you spoke about wasn't just about adaptation. It's about putting nature and nature-based approaches at the heart of community, with the benefits of adaptation, but a range of other issues as well. So I think, and again, this is what we've heard actually several times over the last few days. We heard this afternoon as well. So thank you very much for that wonderful insight. Now we're going to move. We're still going to look at community-based. We're going to look at sort of the more at the local level, but we're going to. Nature-based solutions as a driver of synergies is not just restricted to rural or coastal areas, also cities as well. So it's with real pleasure that I would like to welcome Rodrigo Corradi, who's a Deputy Executive Secretary of ICLE, and my colleague, Eni Callio. Is that pronunciation correct? From the IUCN Climate Change and Energy Transition team to talk about an experience of a grassroots development in Belém and how that has been applied again to build and optimize synergies to address several of the challenges that those communities face. So Rodrigo and
Great. Thank you so much, Honorable Sam Matema. A pleasure to have you here. Dear partners, dear colleagues, it's really great to be here with you today. I just want to say a couple brief words on the Global EBA Fund before we get to the practical example of action from our partner ICLE. So the Global EBA Fund uses ecosystem-based adaptation to demonstrate synergies between land, biodiversity, and climate. And the aim of the Global EBA Fund is really to fund those innovative and catalytic projects that can unlock bigger change. So to date, we have 75 projects around the world in various stages of implementation. Some are just starting, some have closed, some are in full implementation, and across 41 countries globally. We will launch the next call for proposals of the Global EBA Fund on Finance Day, so on Monday, here at UNCCD COP at the ministerial high level organized by the UNCCD Secretariat. But now, that was brief. I'll give the floor to our partner, ICLE and Rodrigo, to give the example of action from Belém, Brazil.
Thank you. Thank you, Nan. And thank you so much for the opportunity of being here with you all this evening. I'd like to explain a little bit. Nature-based cities, the biodiversity and climate resilience on urban development had the objective of bringing bridging the gap between climate action and biodiversity in the city of Belém in Brazil, understanding that initiatives that could make the difference not only on a project spreadsheet, but in people's lives in one of the most unequal cities among Brazilian metropolitan areas. We take this opportunity of working with the IUCN during the cycle in which we sought to bring together nature-based solutions being implemented not only as a pilot, but but as a participatory exercise on urban development. When this afternoon we were together talking about synergies and the Rio conventions, I felt fortunate that this projects like NBCDs are already the local implementation of territorial restoration, biodiversity preservation, and climate adaptation that we need to see spread all over the world. We thank you the opportunity of this process. We thank you the opportunity of continue the cooperation with the IUCN and the opportunity that this kind of project could be spread all over the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Enne and Rodrigo. We're now going to move to obviously one of the factors that can really drive synergies, that can look at how we frame the options of tackling a significant crisis is the investment and the investment flows. And IUCN has been proud, like many of you, to work with the Asian Development Bank. So it's with real pleasure that I'd like to invite John Juyong Jiong, who is the Mongolia Country Director, I believe, relatively recently. And John's going to take us through some reflections on investment coherence with respect to synergies and synergy development. So, John, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, which is turning into good evening, I think. So guests, distinguished guests, colleagues, friends, and partners, let me state the obvious, which we all know, which is we may have 3 Rio conventions, but countries have one landscape, one economy, and one set of communities. And this is particularly evident in Mongolia here. Its rangelands sustain rural livelihoods and livestock value chains, store carbon, support biodiversity, and help communities withstand droughts and other climate shocks. When these rangelands are degraded, the consequences are therefore not confined only to one convention. Mongolia loses productive capacity, loses climate resilience, loses biodiversity, and loses livelihood security, all at the same time. So for financing institutions, investment coherence begins by recognizing these connections. Rather than financing 3 separate responses to climate change, biodiversity loss, and land degradation, we should identify where national commitments overlap and translate that convergence into a common pipeline of investments. ADB's, Asian Development Bank's IMAG and SUM Green Regional Development Investment Program, it's a mouthful, provides a concrete example. Developed with the government of Mongolia, the program combines investment in provincial and rural infrastructure with sustainable rangeland management, climate resilient livestock value chains, and improved access to finance for rural enterprises. The economic logic is also important. So sustainable land management will endure only when herders, cooperatives, and businesses have viable incentives to adopt it. Investment must therefore connect improved rangeland condition with more productive livestock systems, higher value and traceable products, stronger rural enterprises, and where feasible, new sources of environmental revenue. And this is where multilateral development banks, MDBs, like ADB, can add value. We can help governments bring together their climate, biodiversity, and land objectives. We can value the multiple benefits generated by the same investment. We can prepare bankable projects, and we can help combine public, concessional, and private finance according to the risks each is best placed to bear. And this approach also improves the economics of the investment. When a project is assessed only against a single objective, important benefits may remain invisible and socially valuable projects may appear financially or economically unviable. So recognizing their combined benefits can lead to better project selection and more efficient use of scarce public and concessional resources. Ultimately, Rio synergy should not be measured by how closely 3 plans are aligned on paper. They should be measured by whether that alignment changes investment decisions on the ground. In Mongolia, this means one coherent investment agenda for healthier landscapes, more resilient communities, and a stronger rural economy, with herders and local communities at its heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonah. And actually, really, that concluding point, I think, was went home really well. That obviously synergies isn't about alignment on paper. It's actually about how it results in investment flows and ultimately delivery of real tangible impacts on the ground. We're almost ready to conclude with a couple more speakers, but very important speakers. Ones who've really shown leadership in helping to shape policy coherence, who have been at the forefront of that, and that those policies then follow through to good practices. So it's first of all my pleasure to introduce Professor Ahmed Abdelati Ahmed from the government of Egypt. Obviously, Egypt has been instrumental in helping us move through the ENACT partnership, and we have continued to work long and hard with Egypt and continue to look forward to doing so in the future. So, Ahmed, floor is yours.
Thank you for the words you have given, more than I deserve, actually. My name is Professor Dr. Ahmed Abdelati. I'm a professor in Desert Research Center at the beginning, and I'm proud to be that. A former consultant for the Minister of Environment as well, and now Deputy Minister of Agriculture and Land Reclamation in Egypt. Actually, I have first of all to thank IUCN for this wonderful invitation, this opportunity to stand in front of you speaking about our experience regarding the three convention synergies, which is a very important topic for us as Egyptians and as a lead of Arab group as well in UNCCD. It's one of the main topics that we are interested in as well. And also for the Africans, I'm the principal CST for Africa right now. So it's a very important topic as well for us. So I'm speaking about behind Egypt and the Arabs and group, Arab League, and also, of course, from my heart, speaking behind the name of the African group as well. So at the beginning, I have to take this opportunity to deeply and warmly thank the government of Mongolia for giving me this honor standing in front of you to speak about this very important topic. And this important topic is not just coming for us by accident. In Egypt, we start the story when we arrived this through our president, His Excellency Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, through COP14 for CBD, when we arrived this for the first time. Later, in COP27 for CCC, we re-arrived again. But at the first moment we got his directions, we start to make a synergy between the two ministries who is responsible for the three conventions, which is containing in Agenda 21. So Ministry of Environmental Affairs responsible for the CCC and CBD, and Ministry of Agriculture is working or responsible for the CCD convention. And when I had got this and it's wonderful invitation to speak in front of you, I take this opportunity to say something that as a negotiator in TCD and one of the very old people in this convention start working this in 1994, we felt from the first moment this is a very important topic that we look for. Despite this topic is facing nowadays the difficulties in negotiation, I think the main message to be here is to looking forward for an example to give for the world in order to show them this is a very important topic that will help people much to conserve our people and to conserve our environment. And if you have an opportunity to go to our pavilion there, you will find a plenty of examples on the ground for the synergies between the three conventions, particularly in a very arid zone in the northern western coast of Egypt, where this is qualified as a hyper-arid zone. So it is my distinct honor to address in front of you today. And I deeply thank you again, IUCN, for this, inviting me for this reception and to give me that opportunity to speak in front of you. And as I told you, the three synergies, convention synergies, not a new, but finally we arised another partnership connect through the Ministry of Environment in order to make it practical, implemented on the ground. And the government, of course, with the government of Germany and the International Union for Conservation of the Nature. This partnership was born from a shared determination to scale natural-based solutions across the Rio Conventions and means to tackle the interlinks between global challenges of biodiversity loss, climate change, and desertification. Your Excellency, I listened carefully for your words, and let us think to bring out a continental example that can give for the negotiator behind the region to support our position. You know that the first world may think that this synergy is not important, while it's the opposite. It's very, very important. I understand the constraints. Even I understand the constraints of the developing countries who are focusing on not to limit the support they are given from the three conventions for the local economy in order to build up the strengths towards the different challenges. But still we have something to do. I mean, we still to do something in a regional level in order to make it, to say that this is not existed only on the national level only, but it's also can be existed on the regional level. So let us look for an opportunity through the African Union, and I'm sure that many international bodies are ready to lead and ready to share in this important issue. And I'm dreaming that next COP, as maybe will be the next COP president, I'm dreaming that this would be the main theme that we can hold up from here as a gift from Mongolia towards Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, telling the world that here we have this topic, which is blocked here, but we are open there with a full consensus and support with the whole world that this is very important issue for the whole world sake, nature, and humans. Egypt looks forward to engaging in this dialogue further and invite interested partners to join INECT partnership and to contribute to collective collaboration. Thank you very much for your kind to listen to me, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Professor Abdelati. I actually like that. I like that last vision, that last comment, that maybe moving from Mongolia, inshallah, to Sharm el-Sheikh, which would be beautiful actually, because ENACT was born in Sharm el-Sheikh, thanks to the leadership of the Egyptian presidency of COP27 and the German government. IUCN is proud to support that. And we did that, actually. The interesting thing is we did that because we felt MBS was being stuck in the negotiations. There were lots of parties who wanted to see MBS come through, but it would just agreement couldn't happen. So we said, let's create a coalition of the willing. And I think, one of the reasons it got stuck was because it was synergistic. So this would be a very nice completing of the circle. So let's see if we can live to that vision. Now, I think the other, I've mentioned about the leadership of Egypt with ENACT, but also the other thing is I think we would not have moved this forward today if we had not the leadership of the government of Turkey and the COP31 presidency in saying, let us move this forward, putting synergies as number one on your action agenda, and then saying, right, how can we work together, get the other COP presidencies involved, work with colleagues like the Global Land Initiative and IUCN, and we're very proud to support that work, to start to bring that. And my goodness, wasn't it good that Turkey decided to move in that direction? And I think we saw the evidence of that today, this afternoon. So it is with real pleasure that I would like to give the closing words to Ms. Ermin Aydinoglu from the presidency, from the COP31 presidency. So, Ermin, the floor is yours.
Good evening, all of you. And I am head of Department of Combating Desertification. I have been working environmental Minister of Environment, honorable member of the Parliament, and distinguished participant, and dear colleagues, dear partners. So another day is coming to an end, and another busy day also. It is a great pleasure to be here with you. In my country case, the 3 Rio conventions are managing 3 different institutions, and they are managing 2 different ministries. One of them is Minister of Environment. The other is Minister of Agriculture. Land is, everybody knows, land is at the center of the 3 Rio conventions. Given this reality, to protect land, we need stronger advocacy for the land agenda. This is really important. So that is why last year on the World Combating Desertification Day, we signed a protocol with the all NFPs, 3 Rio Conventions, NFPs institution. And after that, we prepared a working plan, and also we set up the working group, the national level, how to improve the national level, the Rio synergy. And we did many things, but right after form the working group and implementation 1 year's working plan, I cannot say we have solved everything yet, but I can say we took the first step all together, 3 NFPs. So that is a significant beginning at the Rio Synergy. The feedback so far has been very positive. So the Rio Synergy is priority area of for Turkey COP31 action agenda, and we moved to 31 in Antalya. We look forward to working together with key partners such as IUCN and the INAC partnership, as well as G20 global land initiatives. We throw out the started series of technical dialogues before, and this will culminate at COP31 with the launch of Rio Synergy Action Group agenda. And we are really talk a lot. I said, let's begin to consensus, dialogue, and action for land restoration. Thank you very much.
So thank you. I mean, those are fantastic words. I say and also that we're working through a process. I think this is great. We're already creating synergies from Ulaanbaatar to Yerevan to Antalya. And I say we will build this up. I'm very excited about the Antalya dialogue and the technical work that we will move forward. And every time we will build and learn and deepen that knowledge to hopefully come up with something really substantive by the time we reach Antalya. So that's it, colleagues. I'm sure you don't want to hear me speak anymore. I would really like to thank our distinguished set of speakers. I thought all of their interventions were really inspiring. It gave us the full scope from national level, both national, subnational as in the cities. We went through looking at the finance elements, the policy elements. Thank you all for your leadership and thank you for your contribution. I've been given this word. Is Rio? Where's Rio? Or Rio. So hopefully I get this right. Pechakucha. Is that correct? Pechakucha is a Japanese word that means chit chat. And so we're not finished yet, but we're going to go into a different mode. We're going to actually have some chit chat now among ourselves, hopefully over something to eat, something to drink. Let's continue to explore, make some of those connections. Maybe there might be a spark of something next we want to do as we move into Yerevan, move into Antalya. But thank you very much. I say IUCN is super excited. We're also very, very honored. Thank you for the trust you've placed in us and helping us in the role that we will play in supporting this series of technical dialogues. And we look forward to seeing you in Yerevan, looking forward to seeing you in Antalya, and bit by bit, we start to see synergies come. I think it was John who said, not just on paper, not just as a deck, but actually really translated onto the ground in a real meaningful way that has impact on people's lives in real places and real landscapes. So thank you very much. And now I invite you to mingle and engage in some Pecha Kucha. Thank you very much. Hello, how are you? That's very good to see you. Yes, yes, sorry. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yes, about 1 month ago. How long ago? 1 month? When we met? 6 weeks. 6. Yeah. Excuse me, from Jordan. Yeah. Excuse me.